I don't know what's going on here. My tables are like bugged on Coin Poker. They're just black. Yeah. We could see bet here in this spot. It's pretty decent. We fold out some 8x from the big blind already. And we block 2 pairs and sets. Yeah, we're gonna fold now. Yeah, no, I also have to put it in big blinds and, oh man. Okay, now it's good. Yeah, we're just gonna raise here and stack. Now we're all in. Hopefully get called by ace queen or ace jack. Nice, king 6. Yeah, coin poker is like really soft actually. Now it's again changed to chips. Do we defend here or not? I think we do. Pretty far from the money. We can go broke on a lot of flops like this one. We just go broke at this SPR. It's very easy to play now this hand. That's why you can defend very wide of a short stack, because you can just realize your equity so easily. When you're 30 big blinds deep, this hand is a little bit awkward. But now it plays very easily, right? You can just check raise and get it in. You can also check jam if you want. Probably not such a big difference to check raise or check jam. Now we could get called by some ace-9 and spades that he could otherwise fold. Now he's just gonna jam, get called by ace-jack or ace-10. But when he just calls, it's pretty strong in my opinion. Because I think ace-jack and ace-10 often get it in on the flop themselves. So yeah. Yep. It's kinda expected. Very strong range, but not much you can do. GG. rolled high. Yeah, we can definitely bet this hand for a small sizing. Get value from some pairs with the diamond. Don't think we need to bet bigger here. Now it gets a little bit tricky. I think we can block again or check. Either option is fine. So yeah, we're gonna call and see a river. Yeah, I was like 4 away. I bet the turn 40%, and then I block the river, and he jams. It's very hard to like a bluff here. Needs to bluff like maybe queens or jacks with a club, and I guess I have or tens, and I have a jack, and he has a lot of a6 and flush draws that arrived on the river. So I will let this go. Here we could 3-bet. Yeah, we're just gonna bet small here. 20% sizing is fine. We want to generate folds from 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited. These type of hands have a very hard time to continue on this board. Now, I do believe that people maybe overfold a little bit on the flop, but yeah, I think I'm going for a check call with my hand. Maybe barreling the turn is also fine to generate folds from 7s, 9s and stuff without a diamond. When he does this, I don't think check raising is that bad. Let's go for a call. Maybe check raising is just a better option. Because if I check raise here, I get rid of his naked a6 sometimes. Like ace-5, a6 in hearts, for example. Now he jams. Yeah, we just fold. He still has all the flushes. He needs to be bluffing like king jack with a jack and diamonds or king and diamonds. Or king 10, but it's not even sure that king 10 is gonna defend pre-flop, but he should. So I will just end the folding here. So we are gonna call against a squeeze from a regular. He goes kind of small, which is interesting. So I think we go for a check with this hand and see a turn. Although when he checks the flop, I don't expect to be often ahead. But yeah, we're gonna check again. We have a lot of worse hands to start betting on the turn, like king jack suited, queen jack suited and stuff. Jack 10 suited. You're not really gonna win so often, but now we see a river for free, which is nice. And on the queen, you can actually bluff a lot. We have king queen suited, even ace queen suited, queen jack suited. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go for this. And basically targeting ace king and ace jack. Nice, we get it through. We call here with the ace-5 suited versus an open. We will check this one back. We could also bet it. Both are fine options. He goes for a big bet. Actually, I think this is already like a break-even spot here. We rolled high. We're gonna peel one and see what's up. He checks. We're gonna check back. He had queen 9. Nice. Yeah, we're just gonna jam this with the jacks. This is a spot from the hijack player that's not that hard to be bluffing quite often, so we're just gonna jam it. Like, it's very easy to overdo it actually here in this spot for this player. Like, if you have ace jack off, king queen off, ace 10 off, suited aces, it's very easy to not RNG them and just do it too much. But he ends up having kings, which, yeah, is okay. You face a big small blind to raise first in. You're still gonna call here with the 6-3 suited. It's close though. Also with a smaller ante in the middle might just be a fold. You see a check. Let's check at the back. We could potentially stab the flop. But I feel like when he raises 4x there, he connects very well with his board. I think it's a recreational. Here we could go for a 3-bet or a call with the ace queen off. We're gonna bet pure here because I have ace in clubs and I have just very, very good equity. Therefore, I want to always bet with my hand. Without the club, I would put in some checks with the ace queen. So here we can 3-bet, we can probably fold, we can call. We also face a little bit of a bigger sizing, so I'm gonna fold here now. Like it's gonna be a big difference if we face a 2.5x open or a 2x open. Here I call a 3-bet. Don't think I lead too often on this flop. Maybe I have some leads. If he c-bets, think we just gonna call here. He also goes for a little bit of bigger sizing. Could be a regular, and I think regulars could have bluffs in that sizing for sure. So I would just end up calling with my threes. Probably no donking. If he bets again, yeah, now I'm gonna jam my hand because he often has an overpair like jacks, queens, kings, right? And they're always gonna check back the river. So I just wanna put in the money myself. And then my bluffs will come from a king, queen, and diamonds that floats the flop. Or even now pocket sixes that could bluff, although I'm gonna get that in quite often on the flop myself. Or a king, queen off with the king and hearts could take that line. Here same, it's like 2.5x open. We could 3-bet this hand. Let's go for a 3-bet. We could also fold it. It's yeah. From this position versus low jack, ace jack off here is yeah, it's kind of whatever. So we see 4-bet, we're gonna fold. Here, fold, close. Here we are going to 4-bet. No all-in or jam. We do cover him. I don't know. I think I'm gonna jam. Because I don't see that many 4-bet bluffs all in anyway. And I suspect his is pretty polarized. I don't think people 3-bet too much like Jack 10 suited and stuff. Maybe I could get called with a 4-bet if I 4-bet non-all-in by 7-6 suited or 9-8 suited. But I think people are pretty polarized. Like King 9 suited first is also gonna fold versus my 4-bet non-all-in. So I'm just gonna jam my queens. And also, yeah, like queen, like kings or aces we want to 4-bet non-all in always, because post flop they don't need that much protection, but queens need a little bit more protection. So I'm gonna check raise here from the big blind. You threw this guy out. Hualok. What do you mean I threw this guy out? In a poker tournament? So it actually gets a little bit thin to bet a turn, but I think it's still fine. I'm gonna try to get value from maybe queen jack, queen 10 in spades, or even an ace queen or ace jack that are gonna call again, and now I'm just gonna jam and hopefully to get called by ace queens, ace jacks, ace 10s that might call me. But ace queens and ace jacks are often gonna fold because they kind of block my bluffs. So I think actually in this line people are gonna fold a lot. Are just gonna fold a lot their one pair hands very, very often. So this we could check raise it. We can check call it. It's both fine. I rolled 71. I'm gonna go for check raise, and I think we can just go for a small check raise here on this board since it's very dry and our king doesn't need much protection. There's only one overcard possible to the king. So I think going with a small sizing is good. And now I would go, I don't think I can go huge here. Probably check, because if I start to go bomb this turn, my hand becomes like a little bit too thin. And now he goes for a small block, and now I think I want to check raise because I believe people are very face up with their hand strength, and he might have like jacks and 8 here that goes for this. So we either check raise now or check call and then dong the turn. But I think check raise is good. He calls, and now the spade gets there, which is not that good actually, because I think a lot of his hands will be spades. We could get value from like king 9 or something, but is that really gonna call us? I think I'm gonna go for a check. And we win. Here I don't really know what to do. It's a 3-bet pot. I went big on the flop. So now what am I targeting, right? Maybe some backdoor flows like ace, queen, ace, jack and clubs. They could fold. I also don't really want to check fold my hand. I don't know about this one. It's very awkward. Nice, he probably had like ace queen or ace jack in clubs there. So he had, in this hand, he had ace 10. Yeah. So therefore my check raise on the turn is, it is very obvious, right, when people go this like, this very small sizing on the turn. It's often just like a very weak hand that they want to go to showdown, so I think check raising here is really good. And I think at this point block, I don't even know he's gonna call a 10, or when I block that he's ever gonna call worse. I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, you eliminated him. Yeah. I mean, that's the point, right? I want to win poker tournaments, so I'm gonna have to eliminate people, you know? So we open here. I think we in general want to play a decent amount of checks here because the small blind range is quite strong, but I think Jack 10 is quite a nice hand to just bet. We could potentially fold out some queen highs or even a queen jack off, although he shouldn't fold queen jack off, but you never know. Yeah, that's the thing though, we open ourselves up to very aggressive check raising. And now we are in a very awkward position where we have to fold, and this check raise range is gonna be quite wide, to be fair. That's what I think. He's a regular, so he's gonna attack this pot quite aggressively, but I gotta fold. I want to continue with backdoor flush draws. So therefore, the hand is also good to check, because we can also delay bluff, see a free turn, and I think regulars might have studied this spot a bit, and they might be pretty aggressive with check raising here, to be fair. I don't know why my table is frozen, but... hello? Okay, let's close it and reopen it. Okay. What's going on here? It's probably just PokerStars that is having some issues. Okay, we're back. All in. Yeah, let's overcall here. We're covering both players for bounties. We also face a min raise, so we want to be pretty wide in this spot with calling. This would be a mistake to fold 8-7 suited. Yeah, we're gonna fold versus half pot. Versus 30%, we could consider calling with our backdoors. Well, this is close, but I do think we peel one with the spade. Although we have some reverse implied odds, because often he's gonna contain a higher spade than us. So maybe this is actually a fold versus under the gun. I took a screenshot and gonna investigate it. But yeah, now we have just a mandatory bluff because on the 9 is quite good for us. So I think I'm gonna go for a small overbet here to represent some straights that we have. He calls with pocket tens. Yeah, seems like a good call. Maybe it's actually an overbluff on my end. So here we defend the big blind and we check call versus a small bet. He overbets. I guess this is a regular. Otherwise it would not be, I don't think recreations would do this too much. But I'm gonna call with my king 3. And he mucks. Also the 3 is really good on the turn because we are unblocking his bluffs. So I cannot even see his hands on coin poker. Nice. We call it from the small blind versus hijack open. Would also be a mistake to fold this also because we are facing a min raise as well. You have to be very attentive to the sizings and it really depends how much you call. Like if he would open raise 2.5, I would just fold my hand there. Yeah, we're gonna call. You're gonna call the turn again. I suspect people to actually see, but it's quite wide. In the spot, probably a little bit too wide. Because the king high board is pretty good for me because I have like king 10 off, king jacks off, king jack off, king queen off, suited king x. So it's pretty good board for the small blind. Now we're gonna call again. And yeah, if we face a river bet, like I wanna see his hands. Oh man. We going to block the turn. To get value from some high cards for the club, mainly. So here we see bet the flop versus the big blind, where we get check raised for a very small sizing. I think we're gonna check this back. Doesn't make too much sense because he's saying he has a straight on the flop or like a queen jack or like two pair. So I think I just wanna check back with my hand and see a river. His check raise sizing on the flop is very suspicious to me though. But I'm not gonna bet. I don't think there's much value in it. He could check raise maybe some 10x on the flop, but don't think that often happens. Yeah, see the small check raise sizing is very bluff heavy, and he just had air. Here I call a squeeze in position with king queen suited. It's dicey, but I think it would be too tight to fold this hand. Yeah, now he's gonna see bet quite a lot actually here. Probably his range, his squeezing range. But we are also very tight. We have all the ace tens with backdoors that might be better than this. I rolled 46. There's also a player left behind, but maybe this is too tight to fold. We should continue that. But we are also sandwiched, so we should continue a little bit tighter because there is a player behind, like I said. He squeezed nines. Very interesting. But yeah, looks fine. I open here the small blind defense. It's gonna be a reasonably tight range, but he's also gonna flat wider because of big blind. So we both have a pretty wide range. I rolled low. I'm gonna start with a check. Don't think we want to range bet here, because I opened also quite wide with the bounties behind me. I do cover him though, so that means we can bet a little bit wider, since we have his bounty in play. But yeah, I'm gonna fold with my gut shot versus the pot sizing. Yeah, we fold. Let's go to here. So he is gonna have actually very wide range still, because he is gonna flat wide here. So therefore, I think I want to do reasonably wide C betting, but checking this hand is also fine. Now I think we could check raise this hand, but we rolled low. So gonna continue with check call. And now I think I just wanna bet and target his ace-x. So here we open it again and cut off calls. We go for check call and we go check call again. All right, nice. We defend the big blind. Gonna check call here. We could check raise it, maybe fold out some, start to fold out some lower pairs. But now we keep in some other ace highs, like an ace 5 suited. And we have some showdown value with our ace 10. And now it gets already very thin. I would prefer to have a heart, of course, and these hands will be my first priorities. But I think I still peel one and then see the river. Now he goes for this sizing. Not really sure. I don't really have a time bank, but I think I'll go for fold. Yeah, I really need a time bank actually in this situation to think it through. But yeah, he could value bet potentially a queen jack still. With the sizing, when he goes 60%, it's possible that he goes for queen jack still for value. He of course has jack 10, which we actually block, right? With our hand. So therefore it could actually be good to call this. But yeah, we would prefer to have the heart in our hand that blocks flushes, of course. And then his bluffs are gonna come from like lower pairs, like 5s, 4s, 3s. And maybe he actually just do call this hand, I think. And the reason we want to call here is because he's just opening white with the bounties, and he could even have like a 10-9 off or with a heart. Because people are opening very wide with bounties in play. So he has actually a way wider range than in a normal tournament. And the sizing is also quite small. So I would have liked to have called, but I didn't have a time bank. Yeah. Because I think it's very possible to overdo it with actually lower pairs and to bluff here quite often with them. Yeah. And I sit out. Okay. Yeah, let's go here. Pretty good flop. We could have some leads, but I think it needs to be a little bit more connected. Like 8-4-6, or if it was like 7-3-6, we would have for sure leads. But now maybe a little bit, but not so much. And now I think I just want to protect my hand with a small sizing. Makes a lot of sense. You could still get value from pocket fives, ace-6 suited and ace-4 suited, these kind of hands. I think I want to raise this a lot and a little bit with a bigger sizing. We could even go bigger than this, and the reason why we want to go a little bit bigger is because we cover him for the bounty and we want to make SPR a little bit lower. Now I roll 19. I'm gonna check my hand. Of course betting is fine, but checking now and then such a hand like this is good, I think. Because we can now check raise it or check call it even. Yeah, let's go for a check raise. This one looks good. 9. Actually, we might need to go like a little bit bigger because we cover him for a bounty and we want to utilize actually bigger check raise sizing since we want to get the money in. So with the bluff, you also want to utilize a little bit bigger sizing and also with value. Yeah, now I think I'm gonna continue keep betting here. To target his 8x and his draws. Now all his flush draws get in, right? But he also has like 10 jack that could bluff, some flush draws that could bluff. He's always gonna bet his 9x himself on the river, so that's also good. He's never gonna check back those hands, so he do get value from all his worst 9x. But a lot of his 8x are gonna check back. Maybe he's still gonna, a lot of his 8x might still call the turn, right? So I think I'm gonna go for a jam, because I do want to target his 8x, right? And I don't think he will ever fold a 9 here. If he does start folding a 9, it's okay. That's nice. Nice. gonna make myself some coffee so we are ready to. Yeah. So we are ready to gain some chips. I'm looking so good with my new haircut as well. It's almost ready. My coffee is almost ready. You know, it's so good, right? Because normally I always drink coffee when I wake up. And recently I started to change that, and now I drink coffee later in the day and I enjoy it so much more. Sometimes I have craving to drink coffee in the morning, but I don't. I delay my gratification a little bit. And now I can have a cup of coffee, and it's so much better to now enjoy it while I'm playing poker as well. It's so good. So we are going to call this. 3-betting this hand could be an option, but I want to keep in worse hands like queen 10 off, queen 9 off. I all want to keep that in from his opening range, but it's a very bad board. It's a decent board for our range, but not for our hand. The ace is very good for him, so we're gonna check again. And maybe we get to showdown, who knows. Yeah, we fold. Go to here, I'm gonna go for a call. And my coffee is ready, so I don't know what this is. It's very close my hand, but I'll peel one with the diamond. So therefore you want to peel with the diamond, because we have more equity. And also if you hit a 9, it's going to be clean, or 9 is going to be a very clean 9, let's say. And now it's again like very close spot. But I think I call again with a diamond, but it's not a happy spot to be in. And now we fold and get coffee. No, my time banks. I'm actually gonna call here because I'm covering basically everyone at the table. Peaky Blinder haircut. Yeah, bro. It wasn't intentional though. In the past I did it like once a little bit intentional, but now not at all. I just wanted to be short again because I really enjoy it, the freshness. Here we're gonna call a 3-bit. It's a little bit on the bigger side though, but I'm still gonna peel one. Yo, good luck, bro. Enjoy that coffee. Yeah, I will. I will. It's always so challenging to do it while you're grinding because I do it like with this, with the French press, and I need to heat water, and I only have like a couple of minutes in break, right? So here, with the heart, we always easily continue, but now against, I think this hand is actually like indifferent. So I think it's indifferent. I'm not totally sure. I think so. I rolled high. I'm gonna peel one and see the turn and see what's up on the turn. The good thing though is that people under barrel turns in these spots, so we overlies a little bit of equity. But yeah, now we have just an easy fold. It was already close pre-flop with this hand if he goes like over 3x, I think. And his range is probably also tighter than what it's supposed to be. I'm gonna fold. And here we are going to jam. We triple it off versus the big blind. And he has a 6. Here we're gonna run it. You love to see it. You don't love to see it. So here he leads. Again, really close. He goes a 1/3, which is big-ish. But we have a backdoor straight draw. I run high, so I'm continuing, but it's very close. It could be a fold because we have all backdoor flush draws to continue here, right? But this hand will be better than King Jack off because it then has a backdoor straight row, which actually happened. We hit a 9, so we're gonna call again, and we hit our straight. So that is like a so good example that King Jack is a worse hand to continue on the flop than King 10 off because of this reason. And yeah, now we just send it, and we hope to stack a 5. And I guess our bluffs would come from like an ace-6 or something, an ace-4, these type of hands. We will have to pull from that region. I want to go bold once in my life. Yeah, bro. Yeah. I mean, maybe when you're 70 or 80, you're gonna be naturally bald, right? So perhaps it's gonna happen eventually. But I get what you mean, though. You wanna probably shave it. I run high, so I'm gonna lead this hand with the queen of clubs on this board. Might be a little bit too wide, but it's close. Yeah, now I'm gonna check. If I want to barrel the turn, I want some better equity, like 3-4 or 5-7. I think this is a little bit too weak. And if on the club run out, I could potentially bluff. And on this run out, I'm also gonna bluff because I have a lot of 3-4, 5-4, these type of hands that connect here. So it's a really good run out for me to bet. I think that's also very important, actually, like this example, that you lead these type of hands on the flop. Because if you don't ever lead this type of hand on the flop, you're never gonna have a bluff on this run out. If you always like lead pairs, it's so hard to have a bluff on this run out. Unless you bluff a pair, of course, on the river. Nice, my Nightbot activated because there are enough messages in the chat. That's nice. Could potentially open 2.5x here. Might be better when everyone is covering us. Because, yeah, they're really incentivized to flat a lot versus us, so probably 2.5x is better here to eliminate some flats like Jack 7 suited. You know, because now this player can easily call Jack 7 suited versus me. Yeah, we're just gonna bet here. Yeah, pot seems nice. Then it's gonna be around pot on the river. No, 10, 32 in the middle. No, it should have gone a little bit smaller. Around 11 would have been better, but it's fine. We open cutoff and big blind defend. If the guy gets it in, I'm still gonna call it off. Because I suspect him to, yeah, this bounty is worth a lot. It's 25k starting stack, so it's worth quite a lot, and I suspect for him to 4-bet, still pretty wide. But yeah, he is just as ace king A. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call off here. Again, it's gonna jam reasonably wide in this situation, although he has just jacks. Can we find the spade? I mean, this range is gonna flat reasonably wide, but also strong hands like we have seen. So maybe I wasn't really taking his range too much into consideration. I was thinking that his range is like pretty much dead, but it's totally not at all. So then the ace queen is gonna be closer, but I still think it's fine to call it off there. But definitely close-ish spot. Like in theory, I think it's always just a stack off, but yeah, in theory, I don't know how wide the cutoff player is actually jamming in the situation, and I think he might jam reasonably wide though. Also, he's a Brazilian guy, so yeah, it's fine. Okay, gonna get my coffee, eh? Yeah, deliberately get a monk head via shaving to give back to the universe. wait 1 second. To give back to the universe by reflecting some light back to the sun. Yeah, great idea, bro. I never thought about that perspective on shaving your head bald, but it's definitely an interesting one. Very creative as well. Here we defended the big blinds. We could potentially 3-bet this hand pre-flop as well. We're gonna start with check call. And probably check fold the turn if he goes for a big sizing. Now we're just gonna check and oh man, my coffee is so just to check. I think blocking is a little bit too thin. We don't really get called enough, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go for fold because his bluffs are having some queen X in it. He's also betting queen 10 and queen jack often on the turn though. But still he can he can check like king X on the turn and bet all of them. He can even bet like queens or jacks or a good 9x here. So there is a lot of value in the range. Yeah, I think my French press is having a leak though. Like I spilled all coffee over my table. I need to buy a new one in the IKEA, you know? So we are going for a fold, I guess. I wonder though how good check raising here is. Probably not so good because his range is just too strong with the sizing, and I guess I fold versus this. Yeah, maybe it's too tight to fold when I actually cover him for the bounty and I can make the nut flush. But yeah, versus a small sizing, it's an easy continue, but versus 75-ish% pot, it's close. But here I want to call with suited. I would 3-bet like a hand like king jack suited and king 10 suited often, because then I actually fold out king queen off or ace 10 off. But this hand plays good post flop and keeps in hands that we dominate, so I just want to play post flop with his bounty in play. And yeah, we call one. And yeah, we fold the turn if we face aggression. Yeah. Yeah, the range should be wide, right? But they always have good hands. We are against the small blind. I rolled high. I'm gonna go for a bet, and I think I want to size up a little bit. Although it's probably exploitatively on my end. He calls. I'm gonna check back. I don't think I have so much fold equity on the turn. Although recreationals might actually float quite wide in those spots. And yeah, I'm gonna check again. I just think I have a lot worse hands to bluff here. I'm gonna lose most of the time, but I think I give this one up. Because I suspect that he's never gonna fold a pair, ever. Even an ace high, he could still call me. I'm just a little bit worried I'm gonna lose against king 10 or king queen, but I think my hand is fine. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's a recreational. He's flat at 9-8 off from the small blinds. I'm actually happy with my line. I accidentally min raised here. I wanted to jam, but I went for the min raise. Yeah. And we get it through. So here, this hand, right? You rather want to bet Jack 10 than Queen Jack, because deep you really want to have equity. And Jack 10 can improve to basically the nuts, and Queen Jack doesn't. So you rather check Queen Jack and bet Jack 10 here on this board. And now we can see it again, right? We now make a straight, which is very important, especially when you're deep. You want to really be able to make good hands when you are deep. And I think I will call here. Also with the spade, we need a little bit less protection. Yeah, I think calling is best. I think it's like a relative blank. He could have 9-8, maybe that he leads, but like 7s and 9s, he will lead the. He will check raise the flop, I mean, with 9s and 7s. But yeah, of course, we are going to call, and I suspect we're going to chop quite often. And maybe win against some flush draws that he has. But yeah, it's a chop with the ace 10. Maybe I could actually. Wait a second. I actually came to the conclusion, right, that he doesn't have many boats. So why didn't I jam the river? It was such a good spot for me to jam the river. That's not good. Yeah, it's such a good spot for me to jam the river because I like I said, I suspect to mostly chop, and I don't think he has 9s or 7s. Even Jack 9 suited is gonna sometimes check raise the flop. And is he really gonna lead 9-8 suited on the turn? It could be, but it's not likely. So therefore, I just like a jam. Yeah, it's a miss spot for me. I needed to jam this spot. Oh well. This is a very close spot. Tight range. Kind of tight range. It might be bottom to get in. Might be bottom, but it's very close. Because people open decently wide of these stack sizes even. See, regulars might do it to wide, and then this range contains like a lot of pairs still, like ace jack suited, king jack suited, queen jack suited maybe sometimes. Although I don't think people 3-bet call that, but they should be 3-bet calling that, but it might not be happening. So then ace queen off, Like ace queen suited, I take always, but ace queen off might still be a good take there. But it's gonna be close for sure. I guess now we just start betting ourselves, maybe to get value from some 4-5 that the big blind has, maybe some check back ace X that's in the range. So let's start the value bet. The keep dominated in argument is given a lot, but this expires in high RP spots, right? Taking on the extra risk for more chips is no longer worth risking the 30% chance of getting drawn out on and losing those valuable chips. Yeah, I don't know which spot you exactly mean, but yeah, I can definitely get behind that. But even in high risk premium spots, you will kind of see the same concept still happening. I'm gonna give an example in a little bit. So first gonna play this 3-bet pot. I guess it's just mainly almost bet range on this board. And now people are just continuing so tight in this. They should be having like queen jack suited here and stuff. But how often do people have that? Maybe they do. But yeah, I think I can block again. We can check again. It's like pushing out a little bit of equity. But this becomes probably bad if his range is too tight. But yeah, now we can just easily fold. Very easily. He could have a hand like queen jack and spades, or king jack and spades sometimes, but he also blocked that with the ace. He could have ace 10 or ace jack and spades. That are his most likely hands. And we blocked that. So we're gonna fold here. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. My turn barrel is like, I think it's fine, but yeah. So yeah, with the keep in dominating hands, when you, for example, let's say you are chip leader, right? In the big blinds, where you have 50 big blinds and the button opens of 25 big blinds. You will still see that the big blinds will call a hand like king jack suited and queen jack suited. For example, king jack suited and king 10 suited first the button, because it keeps in hands like jack 10 off, queen 10 off that the big blinds always will have. But what you then will see as well is that the big blinds will shove a hand like jack 10 suited or a hand like jack 9 suited, and the reason for that is because you fold out better hands, and if you get called, you often have good equity. So still in high risk premium situations, you have the same concept occurring. Or like the big blinds will now shove a hand like ace 5 suited versus the button, or ace deuce suited, because it's folding out a hand like ace 9 off or ace 10 off. But it's gonna call a hand like ace 8 suited or ace 9 suited, because it plays well post flop and it keeps in a hand like queen 9 suited or king 9 suited from the button. So here I went for a big-ish bet and we get check raised, which is already alarming, of course, but we're gonna call, and I'm gonna call the turn. And people really struggle with check raising versus big sizings. It's very unnatural for them to find bluffs. You don't see it so often. And it's mostly just very, very good hands in my experience. Yeah, and he jams now, and I think we can just fold. Because he has all the flush in and he has all the 5x as well in his range, like 7-5, 8-5, 5-3. And I think he might still just jam them. And I don't really see a bluff, so we're gonna fold our trips. Yeah, here he is gonna get it in. Yo, Cho. Thanks for tuning in, brother. Nee, show. It's show, not show. Show. Yeah. I guess we're calling here again with the ace-5. I need to learn to manage my time banks a little bit more efficiently though, because I just timed out in the spots. It was not really profitable, but a little bit, so but I shouldn't time out there. Gonna jam the Jack-9. But it's definitely tricky because I wasn't really good at it in the past, and now with streaming I have to be even more efficient with my time bank regulation. I'm gonna fold here. Yeah, we're gonna jam here, pocket 9s. Oh. I min-raised again in a spot where I wanted to jam. What am I doing? I'm min-raised here. I wanted to jam against higher self. He's gonna be confused. Ah, good. Look, it's just aces, right? My min-raise. It's just aces. We lose a flip here with the 9s. Very sad. Yeah, that's the principles of generating EV, but incentivized to raise increases. So it might happen less often. So it's taking down the pot instead of going post even against dominated hands. Yeah, for sure. You for sure in ICM, if you are covered and you have a big RP on you, you definitely just want to take the pot down. And the bigger the RP is, the more you just want to take the pot down, right? Because yeah, you don't really want to pay post flop because yeah, the chips gained is not equal to chips lost. And especially if you're playing against a player who covers you by a lot, that player can often just barrel aggressively versus you. So post flop, that will mean that often you will have to bluff catch a river for your entire stack, which is really not the situation you want to be in with ICM. You don't really want to be in a situation where you are bluff catching for your entire stack. But yeah, it's very tricky because let's say as well, when you are a big stack and then you're playing versus short stacks, now you actually want to play a lot post flop. Because there is so much pressure on the other stacks and they will have to check a lot, they will have to be cautious, and you can over realize equity. So therefore, when you are a big stack facing shorties, now you can play insanely wide post flop, like way wider than in Chippy V. You will see some crazy calls. When you're covering by a lot, you will see insanely wide calls under ICM with a big stack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with ICM, when you're under a lot of risk premium, it's like it becomes a tight, aggressive strategy, like even more than normally. Tight, aggressive, basically. You don't want to be loose passive at all. But yeah, I'm still learning a lot about ICM. I'm like watching the course from on GTO Lab. I bought like a course, and especially Daniel Devoris is really good at it, and yeah, he knows a lot. He knows a lot, and he's such a great teacher as well. Devoris, it's insane. I think he's probably the best coach on GTO Lab. He's probably almost the best player, I would say, but maybe not. But I cannot say who's necessarily the best player. But as a coach, he is just insanely good as a coach. He is very good in articulating and very good in explaining concepts. It's insane. He's so good. But then a guy like Leon he's still young but he's improved as a coach. But in the beginning he was struggling a little bit to explain concepts. But like a guy like Daniel Devoris is so experienced and he's so good at explaining his thoughts. I probably could barrel this turn with the 7 clubs. It's close. Because we are kind of unblocking his most natural check backs like king jack, king tens. And now I think I just go for value. Basically against king highs mainly. And if we get called by queens or kings, it's fine. The betting volume decreases as well post-flop when things get more risky for the other player. So what you could win is a bit decreased as well because of that. Yeah. Betting volume exactly decreases a lot post-flop when you are being covered. And vice versa. When you are covering the other player, your betting volume increases. But when you are being covered, it decreases. And it's basically very logical because now you need better equity to put money in the middle. So a lot of your hands on certain boards just don't have the required equity to start putting a lot of money in the middle already on the flop. As you often see on a lot of boards that are being range bets in Chippy V, you start to see a lot of checks happening under ICM because, yeah, bloating the flop is just not something you necessarily want to do when you are under a lot of ICM. Because let's say in Chippy V, you open the button against big blind and the board is like king jack 8 whatever, or 7-6 deuce, and you have aces. You almost always on a lot of runouts you just want to go for three streets of value, right? You just bet, you get the money in. But under ICM, most of the time you don't want to put your entire stack in there with aces when you have a lot of risk premium on you. Therefore, you utilize more checks on the flop and also smaller sizings. That's how I understand it, at least, and it makes sense in my mind. But then often when you are like at 15 big blinds deep or 20 big blinds deep, you often play like very big sizings on the flop because you just want to play like a 2-street hand. But when you are deeper at 25 or 30 or 40 big blinds, you will only just play a lot of checks and small bets. Anyway. Can we hold against the nines? Claro, Claro que sí. We defend 5-way and we're just gonna fold the flop. Like this pot here. Under the gun opens and I defend from under the gun myself. He bets big flop and now bets big on the turn. It's just like, I just don't think people big bet the flops enough with queen jack and king jack, and then they start betting big on the turn themselves again. I don't think it's a thing. I would just muck it. Just muck ace jack. Yeah, we're just gonna jam here. I think we still get called quite often by lower pairs and stuff. Even ace jack. Very nice. We defended versus under the gun. Normally I would fold this hand, but because we cover him for a bounty, I decided to call this hand on the button. Again, this is never a bluff. It's just never a bluff. People always utilize efficient sizings when they're bluffing, in my experience. And when they go this huge, it's not always, but very, very, very likely it is value. Or potentially sometimes in king, queen and diamonds. But very likely it's just value. Yeah, and we jam, of course. Like, I suspect to be always this like ace king or ace queen. These type of hands, or maybe even ace 8 suited or something. He folds quickly though, so maybe he did have like maybe a 10-9 and diamonds, jack 9 and diamonds type of hand. Gonna open 10-8 off. Again, I wouldn't open this normally, but because I cover the big blinds and cover everyone else, I want to be a little bit wider. Working with other players currently, no, I'm not. Maybe I'm gonna do it again in the future. I do talk a lot though with alcoholic. But yeah. I'm gonna do this because I suspect him to not call this often, and I do not really have a high spade so often, so I think this works pretty well. Here the 7-6 suited I'm gonna call. This hand is actually works very well versus under the gun range. And it's not... This hand is better versus under the gun than versus a cutoff open, because versus a cutoff open, your pairs are often going to be dominated, but versus an under the gun range, your pairs are often good, let's say, and less dominated by... Because now he doesn't have a queen 7 suited or something, or a queen 6 suited, and the cutoff could potentially have those type of hands. So let's call... Yeah, as a coach, I am not working with anyone, and more as equal partners, I'm working with Alcoholic, but already for a long time. He likes to always share his hands with me, and I also do the same. And about our study sessions as well, if he learns something, I always share it with him. I think this works very well, because I could block my King X here, and I suspect that people are never gonna bluff catch a 9s, 8s or 10s or jacks in the situation, and that's mainly their hands that they have when they have this line, when they go this line. So B30 is very, very, very efficient here, I think. But now he raises, so we're gonna fold. But I like this. And also don't really have a lot of natural bluffs, right? So it's hard for people to bluff catch in those spots and to defend MDF accordingly when they don't see a lot of natural bluffs. They really overfold a lot in these situations. I think that is what my intuition says, and I'm very confident in it. So here we're gonna bet. We could also check this hand. Nice. Spilled some coffee on my t-shirt, of course. Very, very nice. But yeah, at the moment I want to focus on improving myself, both at the game and also mentally. And I want to create a very structured life in a way where I grind 3 to 4 times a week, when I study a lot. And most important for me is to create a life where I have a good sleep schedule. That's the most important thing for me. And I think I'm very confident as well that I discovered actually how to do it. And I think I made it too complicated, and I believe it's very simple to have a steady sleep schedule. Because often I had like a lot of ideas and I was overthinking it, that I should, if it's the right thing to do, for example. But now I realize when I have an idea, I just act on it. I don't have to overthink it. I just act. And if the idea wasn't right or something, then I can reflect on it later. But that's gonna be way better to just take action and then reflect afterwards than to overthink and not take action. And how that helps for my sleep schedule is just like, now if I feel like I want to go to bed, I don't overthink it and I just go to bed. Basically that. If I want to watch a movie, I don't overthink it, I just watch a movie. Yeah. And feels like life is actually way simpler like that as well. Just act on what you want to do and don't overthink it. I'm just gonna get it in here because this player wants to play for stacks. Bigger sizes should have proportionally more bluffs too. That could lead to under-bluffed big bet ranges as well. Yeah. Yeah. It's much easier to under-bluff when the ratio should be heavier in bluffs relative to value. Yeah. And also, yeah, like you said, like when they pick big sizings, they should have a lot of bluffs. But it's a little bit counterintuitive to do that for the human mind, I feel like. And the human mind is just like, it feels safer to big bet with a good hand than with a bluff. To the human mind, it feels safer and more natural to do. But when you use big bets, you should add more bluffs from a theory perspective. But to the human mind, that's not so natural to do. All right. Oh yeah, and also, I'm gonna have a new apartment in the same building, but now I'm paying 1.6k a month, and I actually don't want this apartment. It's too big, but I'm paying for it like 1.5 years, and now I asked for another apartment, and I'm actually going to a studio, and I love the studio so much. I enjoy the place of the small coziness. I really enjoy it to sit in it. And I'm paying like 869 euros. So now I used to pay 1.6k every month, and I'm gonna go down to 869. So it's a huge difference for me, and it's really nice. And my total expenses are like 2.5k euro or 2.3k euro a month. And I think with my current bankroll, I can easily make 5k a month. So I should be saving quite a bit of money every month. So that's good. Yes. Alan, you have a different name. We're a slim prop. Heb vandaag ook toernooi gespeeld. Nice. Nice, bro. I assume you played a Triton, right? If you experiment with an idea you have, you will find out if it works or not. No need to start mulling it over. Yeah, it's actually very simple. You just try it out. And if you don't like it, you don't have to continue it. But if you don't try the idea in the first place, you're never gonna know if you like it or not. It's actually very, very logical. But sometimes the human mind just wants to like be very protective for yourself, so you don't get hurt or whatever, and then you stay in your comfort zone. But in the long run, it doesn't really fulfill you to just stay in your comfort zone, and it's just way better to actually try things and to try and to fail, and then you try again, and then you find something that you like. Win-win, less price, space you vibe more with. Alright, let's go. Just gonna check it down here and hopefully win against some jack highs. Here we're gonna overbet the turn. We defended the big blind and it went check check. And yeah, very good overbet spot. Because I'm basically repping a 7 here mainly and some 8x, but a lot of 7x, and maybe I didn't want to do it against this player actually. Because I have him tagged as a whale. But he seems like a regular or a whale that plays a lot. But still, it's very hard to continue there, right? Because main hands are ace highs. So you have to continue there even versus an overbet with ace highs quite often. And it's not easy to do that. I recently moved to, it's now a space that feels actually more like it's mine. Yeah, that's the best, right? I feel like that's actually the life that I want. It's my dream life. When I actually think about it, it's very simple, my dream life. It's just living in a space that I really like to live in. You know? Everything what I need, that I feel loved when I sit in that place. Like, very simple. I don't need much. I just want to feel at home in my place. That's the most important thing. The place before already had all the furniture and stuff, so it was like living in another person's place. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. We got it's 3-bet pots. We're gonna call one. We c-bet. We're gonna call one here and see what happens on the turn. It's already kinda indifferent on the flop-ish. But I think we just fold now, as also with the 10 of clubs. We also have some 5x, king x, flush draws that are gonna be better than 10s. But his bluffs are gonna come from 6-8 if he has it in the first place. I ran low. I think I actually have to call this hand sometimes. I cannot, of course, pure fold this one, otherwise I would overfold the turn massively. But the 10 of clubs is not that good because he could have a hand like ace 10 or queen 10 of clubs that goes for a check raise on the flop. Although I don't think he has ace 10 of clubs on the flop. He mainly gonna check call it. Yeah, it's a tricky spot. He still could bet his king queen on the turn with a block, although that's not likely. He also check raises sometimes a 5 himself on the flop, and then now he hits that on the turn. And his bluffs are gonna come from like a 6-8. He probably has it because he covers me. And not much else, right, that I see. Some backdoor hands like Queen 10 of clubs, which block, and Jack 10 of clubs. Or maybe he had like 8-9 suited, he still has as well. So I guess 9s and 8s we just want to fold then. And maybe 10s is actually just too good. And we still want to call 10s because we unblock all his bluffs that come from the 8-9 and 8-6. Yeah. So, but I think still the fold is fine on the turn. Oh, whoops. Misclick. But it's even a little bit smaller than the third. So actually it might be closer to a pure call, to be fair. Yeah. Let's take a screenshot. So we misclick with the Queen 9. We also have to make sure that we find a way that doesn't happen anymore in the future, because we were lucky that it wasn't all in, right? That it was just an open. Slamprop is account on my phone. Do you still play Wingspan? Not so much, like once a month. Very, very occasionally. Not so much. Yeah, I'm gonna call one again. Now I'm in a pot with Queen 9 off that I shouldn't be in, but oh well. Let's check it. This is interesting. So now the 3-bet pot, I definitely don't think I should have folded against this player. What I see now, if I see his turn barrel, yeah. I mean, what's happened? My keyboard is doing weird things. I changed something in the settings. Ugh. Neji Hyuga. But yeah, what I should do is make actually a slot for my replayer, so my replayer goes immediately into that slot, because now I played the replayer over my table, and then I can of course misclick. So that was not a smart move. So here we are 23 of the money. An average stack is 19.5. So that also means, because average stack is quite low, that we have to be a little bit tighter. If average stack was deeper here, we can be a little bit looser, because yeah, our stack is basically worth more now. So a little bit of a smaller ante, 23 from the money. I feel like this is kind of bottomish, but I'm gonna fold it. Maybe it's the call, but it feels very close. Any plans to play live tourneys? No, not at the moment. I want to build up my bankroll again, and if my bankroll is a little bit higher, then I'm gonna play some live tourneys again. But yeah, I really enjoy playing live poker the most, you know, it's so much fun to me. But then now and then, like once a year, I like it to play live, but not so often. And yeah, if I want to go to Triton again, I would like to have a 500k bankroll, I think. Although now they have smaller buy-ins than Triton as well, so I don't need a 500k bankroll anymore, to be fair. I can go with a little bit of a smaller bankroll because they also have tourneys of 2k and 3k now, I believe. So he defended the big blind versus the hijack. Maybe this hand can jam, but I think it's best to call. And now we gonna check raise and get it in. I wouldn't check raise this ever if it was like 20 big blinds deep, but now because I only have 9 big blinds behind, I can just stack off here. But yeah, he has a set, which is not good for me. Maybe it's still too thin, but I think it's reasonable. So here it's an ISO raise spot versus small blind versus big blind. This king 10 board for small blind is actually pretty good because it connects quite well with the small blind calling range. And this hand for me is like a very good candidate to check, because if I bet, I cannot call a check raise, and I also have decent showdown value. And yeah, I suspect to win most of the time, but I'm not gonna value bet. Because he could have some ace 8, ace 9 in this line. Yeah. Interesting. I think I would block in his shoes, but maybe he just thinks it's a very nice bluff catcher for him. Yeah, it's fine. Because it's also quite easy for me to underbluff in this line, so his ace 3 check is probably good. Because the ace, he has the ace, it's unblocking all my potential bluff candidates that I'm gonna have on the river. Okay, here me ISO raise versus a limp, and we're gonna stack off versus a jam. Not anymore now with this player behind. But yeah, in my shoes, when you don't have a very big bankroll, you can basically always play online, right? And you can put volume in. But when, let's say, you have a 500k bankroll, there are certain periods of time when online is very calm. And then when you have a big bankroll, it's almost not worth to play an online session. So then when you have a bigger bankroll, it's good to play in the periods where online is very busy, you play then. And then in the periods where online it's a little bit more quiet, you go play live tourneys. Because the month April is gonna be very quiet online, I think. But then again in May, it's gonna be a lot of tournaments online. So here I ended up c-betting the flop. And now I can do either way, I think. I'm leaning a little bit more checking with the 10 and diamonds. I'm gonna check now. Ace 4. Sure. Under the gun opens, we defend hijack. He bets the flop. Multi-way. Bets the turn. We're gonna call one more, but we're gonna fold the river for sure. Yeah, I just don't expect bluffs in this line. Like, this player is supposed to have king jack with a club here, and I don't think players have that. It's so hard to find bluffs on the turn as a regular, even, and especially as a recreational. So I could even potentially fold the turn if I want to. QPPK series. I don't know what that is. It's like Asia tour? I don't know. Wait, we're gonna call here. Ace queen off. We lose. What's the difference between a regular player and a pro? So, a professional poker player is just basically a player who plays, it's his job basically. That's a professional poker player. It's just his job. And then a regular poker player is someone who just plays from time to time, and it's not his main job. But maybe you don't, it's not what you're asking. Maybe you're asking what makes a pro, what's the difference between a pro and a regular player. And in that sense, a pro is someone who invests a lot of time into the game and is basically kind of mastered his craft, who's very good at his craft. That I would also classify as a pro. Someone who just spends a lot of time thinking about the game and studying the game. And then a regular player is just someone, just plays poker but doesn't take it as seriously as a professional. Because when I play poker now I'm a little bit, I'm still taking it seriously, but like 5 years ago, it was just the only thing I was thinking about. My whole life was structured around poker, and it's still a little bit like that, but you know. And when you have that mindset, you're just gonna become very good at something. Because everything I was doing was basically in function of poker. And when I was 23, I just wanted to be the best, and I wanted to be so good as possible in poker. But now it's a little bit different. I'm also thinking about my future when playing poker. I want to have money. Let's say I have a girlfriend. When I have a girlfriend, I want to be secure in my money, let's say. Well, even if that's not the case, that's fine, but it would be ideal, you know. So I'm thinking about more things than in the past. In the past, it was just only poker and I wanted to be the best. Very simple. Now it's more, I'm thinking the future, and also just like a part of my routine a little bit poker, because it also gives structure to my daily life. And when is online more quiet? When live is loud. it similar to allocating strong hands to lines with high betting volume? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm also, yeah, exactly. I can see it in the same way. Because I'm also like thinking, in the past I didn't really think about how much money I had too much, about which tournaments were making the most money. I was just playing, just playing. Now I'm thinking more about how much expenses I have in a month, how much I actually make with poker, and that kind of stuff. Like when I would play a live tournament as well, I would calculate all my expenses basically for my food, my flight tickets, everything, and then actually also calculate if it's worth for me to go to or not. Or even if it's not that good for me financially, maybe there's also a reason for me to go if I want to have fun a little bit. Because yeah, sometimes you also just want to have fun, right? And going live, playing live poker can have that effect as well because you can talk with people, you can mess around a bit. Online you cannot really do that, you don't really have interaction with people. So here I see bet the flop. I think I'm actually going to check this back with my double gutter. I think the big blind does have a decent amount of check jams in the situation. So I want to realize my equity here. I'm gonna go for a bet now on the river. And I want to pick a sizing that I would also pick with my ace X, and I would go around this sizing with my ace jack and my ace tens. If I have a heart, I could maybe go a little bit bigger, but without a heart, I cannot go bigger than this. Yeah. Here we're just gonna jam ace king because we have a bounty, and often we are just gonna get called. So here, two And we are in the money. So now with our stack, the only job is basically making the money, you know, even doubling up doesn't have that much value. And we just want to make the money. I just realized your name, Alan, was Alan Chito. Alan Chito. Alan Chito. Gonna limp the king 10 suited here, gonna limp call. This raise looks very strong, but we're still gonna call, of course, this hand. And yeah, very good. We're gonna go broke. Oh yeah, here we made the money, by the way. Here. Yeah. You're just gonna call with the king 10 because my hand doesn't need a lot of protection anyway. Yeah, there's a GG webcam. Some other streamer used it in a funny situation. Yeah, you can definitely interact a little bit with the table and with the gifts as well. Gonna jam. And here we are all in, by the way. We jam queen jack off versus an open, which seems fine for 5 big blinds, but we are trying that. It looks like we are gonna lose a bit of money today, but it's still quite early in the session. But March has been very good for me nonetheless, so I cannot complain. Way above average. I will call here with aces. There's no real ICM. Under heavy ICM I could 3-bet this hand, but now I don't really want to have too many 3-bets from this position, since I don't want to 3-bet fold so much, basically pure chippy V, so I prefer calling this hand. Yeah, of course, easy call. We don't want to raise at this SPR. The money is gonna get easily in on the turn or on the river. Now he could have some a6 as well, maybe some king queen, some queen 10 himself. So I think we want to target his hands and go for a small sizing. And our bluffs would come from a queen jack, a king 10, these type of hands. Wow, he had pocket kings. What an unlucky flop for me. Very unlucky. Insane that he just check folds kings there. Yeah. I got 12th playing attorney. Didn't know what I was doing though. Intuition only. Yeah, bro. Which tourney did you play? Like a home game tourney or like in a casino? Yeah, tourneys are definitely a little bit different than cash games because when you play in cash games, you're only always like very deep, right? But in tournaments, you often just have 20 big blinds or 15 big blinds, and the strategy really starts to shift a lot based on the amount of big blinds you have. So yeah, we're not gonna see bet this. In general, we're gonna play a lot of checks on this board, multi-way. And yeah, we also don't have backdoors at all, so we just want to check here. If we had the king and diamonds, betting is probably is gonna be fine. But without the diamonds, betting here would be too loose. Here, this is very interesting. This range is of course very tight. But I don't know if I want to 3-bet get it in or call. I do want in general to play a lot of calls because I'm covering a lot of players behind me. But I don't know. I will go for a call. But I think 3-betting getting it in for the bounty is also good. But calling is also good. Keeping in the big blind, which is always nice because we can play for his bounty. I think at this point I just want to bet and get it in with my equity. He could fold out even a hand like ace king of clubs if he has it, which is nice. I don't know if he has a pre-flop, but we could fold that out. But yeah. This player check raises, which is very not so nice to see. The question is now, do we jam or not? Or do we call? I think the range is like really strong. But he could have some combo draws. I think I'm gonna opt for a call. And now we're just gonna call because we have good equity and there is like a good amount of, there's like 2.5k extra in the middle because of his bounty. So we're just gonna call. Yeah, very strong hand. He had really good equity. But we still have like 38% on the turn. And we win. Here we gonna go for here we're gonna go for a bet. And on this board I want to utilize bigger sizings. Oh, on GG Poker, $3 buy-in. Okay, that's nice. So yeah, $3 buy-in. Most likely it was like with a lot of participants. Here I'm actually gonna jam this. Because this open is gonna be really wide. And I can play for the bounty. And this bounty is like worth 4k in chips, something like that. So it's quite a lot. Here we're also gonna jam. Like in a normal tournament, this would be close and could probably fold in a normal tournament, but here this bounty is worth 2,500 in chips, which is 6 big blind ish. So this is just an easy jam with the pocket eights. Yeah, very good to see. Nice. And that's why the pocket eights is also so good, right? Because often we are just gonna get called by worse hands if we jam. Here we're gonna defend, queen 8. Yeah, we're gonna check fold. This might seem crazy, but I will call here. But the reason being I call here is because I think this big blind is over bluffing a lot. Massively, I think. And if the big blind is over bluffing with the small sizings, like we saw, he picked a small sizing as well, then the exploit is that we call a lot in position, like a whole lot. Which, what I did. We could also jam, it's also profitable, but calling is the main exploit we do. But yeah, maybe in a bounty he's not over bluffing though. I'm not sure. But yeah, of course, now we're gonna fold. Here the king jack, we could 3-bet, we could call this. It's pretty much the same EV. So I open and cut off defense. Gonna go for a check. I think betting this hand is also reasonable. He snap checks. Snap checks, by the way. Which is an indicator to me that it's likely a weak ace. Not sure though. Gonna check again. No, it was just complete air that he snap checks on the flop. Okay. Okay. Here we're gonna 3-bet to a decently big sizing. And if this player jams, we would have called. Here, this hand again, we can either 3-bet or we can call. I'm gonna roll the dice. 69. Let's go for a 3-bet to 6.9. Like the reason this hand is good, it folds out like a hand like ace 10 off or even ace jack off. And it does get called by like queen jack suited, jack 10 suited. It's also suited. It plays quite well in position. But yeah, you can always, of course, call this hand as well. It's both good to call or 3-bet. So here I think I can open raise or call. Think it's both good with this hand. Put them to the test to aggress with raggy hands post. So here I think I can check it or bet. We rolled 89, let's go for a bet, and I do think we want to size up on this board. I would be a little bit more comfortable with my hand if it was less deep with the jack 9 suited. If we were a little bit more shallow, then we always want to bet it. But this deep, it's a little bit more uncomfortable, but we had the backdoor flush draw as backup, which definitely helps. And here we open the king jack off, 57. Let's go for a big bet this time, but this hand could definitely, there's probably slides and the check quite a lot. Now, I think I'm gonna go for an exploit. I'm gonna triple barrel this off. Because I believe people in general will have a tough time with calling off. So basically, they have a lot of 6-7, 5-7, 4-5, and all of these hands will have to call a lot the river, or even a 9, a naked 9 will have to call the river a lot, and it's basically half pot. So which means he probably needs to defend like 60% of his range on the river, and I don't think it's happening. So therefore I'm just tripling. And I'm perceived to not have a lot of bluffs, right? Like on the turn, which kind of bluffs do we have? Not so many bluffs. Nope. Yeah, see? That's, I think, like, he for sure had one of these hands that I mentioned. And I think people just end up folding these hands way too often. Because people always think, I want to be right. Is he bluffing or not? But that's the wrong question to ask in poker. You need to more think about mathematics and how often you need to call on the river. And if you ask yourself, oh, is he bluffing or not? Of course, it's a good question, but it's not enough. And a lot of people are just going to overfold because they think in black and white. Here, yeah, let's see how much his bounty is worth. It's not more, 10k starting stack, right? 10k starting. It's not worth so much. The king jack off. It's a small sizing though. So actually, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, because also the small sizing is often more bluff heavy in my experience. Again, because when people have ace king, they have jacks, they have queens. What do they want to do? They want to put money in the middle. So they're gonna often go bigger than 6 big blinds. And when they go 6 big blinds, they will always probably do it with their bluffs. So therefore, I think people are often telling their hand based on the sizings that they're using. Ace blocker wouldn't mind picking up the raising chips though, and not having to run it against live equity. But downside, it isolates against hands it's pretty much dead against. They go post. The lower kicker dominates less, so have more instant. They dominate king 3, king rack. About 6 big blind, 3 bet versus your button open. I'm gonna check it out in a second. I'm gonna call one here. Yeah. Oh, versus this sizing, I'm gonna call again because it's so small. And probably want to fold the river. He checks though. I'm gonna mostly lose here, but my queens is a little bit too strong to start bluffing. I would bluff a hand like sixes if I still have it, or like king queen, king jack and clubs, and that. Yeah, you lose against ace deuce, which is fine. About the 6 big blind 3 bet versus your button open. Yeah, I forgot which hand it was. Oh yeah, that's Pisanio though. Yeah, he should be seasoned enough to clear well on the river. I mean, I played a lot with him and he's not so... I mean, I don't see him as a good regular. I mean, he's decent, of course, but I see people as good regulars that are the caliber of like Jans Ardens and stuff, or a little bit lower. And I don't think he is. And even regulars are gonna make the mistake that I said. Even very good regulars are gonna think black and white, and are gonna make the mistake of wanting to be right rather than clearing MDF so he can heavily exploit it. And I'm very confident there that Bassanio is not clearing MDF close at all and is going to overfold in that spot. Also because I'm perceived to have no bluffs on the turn, or not so many bluffs. So I'm exploiting that fact that I'm not perceived to have many bluffs, so I'm over bluffing that spot. Because I'm very confident the king jack off, it could be a thing, but it's very aggressive. It was very aggressive. So yeah, I flatted the button versus this player. He squeezed and we over. He squeezed, he called, and we call, and we flop. Very good. Now I think we can both. We can check. We can bet. I rolled low. Gonna go for a check. Yeah, exactly. It's so dangerous in poker to think black and white. Wanting to be right in poker is often the downfall of being less right. If you really want to be right, like you have to be able to lose in poker to make more money in the long run. I'm gonna jam. Because let's say you are bluffing on, no, let's say you want to bluff catch the river, right? And versus a pot all-in sizing, he is supposed to be bluffing 33% of the time. But let's say you think he's bluffing half of the time. So if you think he's bluffing half of the time, you just call your bluff catchers. You're gonna print money because he's bluffing too much. But still you're gonna lose half of the time. And for example, in that situation, when you would lose, your brain thinks, oh, it's the wrong decision. But it could actually be the right decision in the long term. So in poker, you need to be able to make these decisions and get used to that. You need to get used to losing in poker to be winning. Because if you put too much focus on winning all the time, you're gonna make wrong decisions for sure. For sure. Because you're gonna, if you want to be right all the time in poker, you're gonna think in black and white terms. And then if you think too much in black and white, you're gonna make mistakes. So here I open raised from the small blind. And I'm gonna c-bet this flop. A very good flop for me. We could also use a larger sizing. Oh, now I remember the hand deep into Mordor. About the 6 big blind 3-bet. The lower kicker dominates less, so I have more to deny. Then go post. Yeah, for sure. It will be way better to call ace 8 off than the ace 3 off there. For sure. But I saw a sim in like GTO lab where we just call any 2 basically when people are over bluffing with a small sizing. We just call any 2. And even in this situation I was also covering him for a bounty, so I want to call even more. And I also think that people will c-bet flop often in that spot, but they will under bluff rivers. They will check rivers too often, so I can also capitalize on that. So I can actually maybe even call more, or I call, let's see, here. No, here. Yeah, maybe I can even call more when I think I have a post-flop edge as well. Then my callings, my call is just making even more profit. But in this situation, it just seemed like he had a hand, or he might have just like had maybe an ace deuce with an ace and diamonds he could have, although maybe he jams at pre-flop. So it seems like he had a value hand here. Yeah, very weird hand actually, because it doesn't make too much sense for him to go with a small 3-bet sizing, right? Because I'm covering him for a bounty as well, and I'm incentivized to call a lot. Yeah. Yeah, the need to be right comes from ego mostly. Yep. Yeah, it comes from outcome dependent. You want to win the hand, like from ego. You're attached to the outcome, and then you start to think in black and white. I always see it in my mind. And the more I want to be right, the worse I play. It's so funny. And the less I want to be right and I just focus on making the best decision, the better I play. And when I just focus on my decision, I make the best. I want to just make the best play. I don't experience fear as well, and I'm just very clean in my executions. And even when I experience fear now, I try to observe it and to not really listen to it. Like, oh yeah, here's the outcome dependence again. I'm experiencing fear. I try to just observe it from a distance and not act out of the fear, but more act out of clarity and presence. And yeah, by the way, like sometimes alcoholic Jonas does that often as well, like giving too much credit to regulars, to like even high stake regulars. But often they make so many mistakes, like so many mistakes, and giving too much credit to them is often also a mistake to do. Like often they don't have a clue either what they are doing, you know. Especially like mid-stake regs to high stakes, lower high stakes regs, they make so many mistakes, so in so many spots. You can exploit them in a lot of situations. People just want a greater degree of certainty, but as soon as it starts to generate a V, however, in my video, we mathematically should be call. Yep, exactly. You just should call. But it's like you have to learn that, and with poker you learn to really think long term. You need to think long term, and you cannot think in a short term period, because then you're gonna make mistakes, and you just need to think long term and keep making the right decisions over and over and over. And when you do that if you make 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000 decisions, like they don't have to be perfect, but just good decisions over and over and over and over again, you're just gonna make money. You're gonna print money. But yeah, you need to have patience and confidence in your strategy. Yeah, that's why close catch spots or bluff spots are hard. Yeah, it's so hard for humans. Yep, and especially the bigger the pot is, the more emotion there is for a human, and the more room there is for a mistake, you know. Because let's say there was zero emotional attachment to a big all-in river spot, and humans kind of know how to play the spot, they will execute it. They will execute it because there is no emotional attachment. But the moment there becomes emotional attachment to the situation, they will start to make mistakes because they think black and white. Oh, this has to be the right decision, you know? That's why it's key as well, even when you play for a lot of money that has a big influence over your bankroll, you're gonna, most people are gonna experience some kind of adrenaline, right? Some kind of little bit maybe fear. And that's why it's important that you, even when you have that adrenaline and that fear, that you don't get consumed by that fear or adrenaline, and that you keep a distance from it, so that you are still able to take very good decisions that are based on rationality and clarity. I'm gonna call one. I opened, he stabbed multi-way. Might already be a fold on the flop, multi-way. Yeah, now we can just fold it. This turning into a masterclass, yeah. Yeah, thank you for the engagement. Yeah, the aspect of the game is a great source of self-development if you truly dare to submerge into it. Yeah, that's what I always was so fascinated to poker as well, and that's why I actually enjoy poker so much. Is basically because of the self-improvement that it gives me, and the development that it gives me. And the moment I lose that, I don't enjoy poker so much anymore. But now, like currently, I have that again. It's like I learn from poker and also from streaming, right? That's why I like to stream as well. I just learn from it, and that's fun to learning is basically just fun. So here, this is an ISO raise spot. And I think I'm gonna stab the turn again, although I believe this turn is overfolded by population heavily. I'm still gonna bet it because my fives do need a lot of protection. But if I would have queens or kings here, I would probably check very often because it's just so heavily overfolded. Here it's actually check back. So here I want to play check or overbet. I rolled high, so I'm gonna go for an overbet here. This seems good. And the reason why we want to go for an overbet here is because imposition is capped. And capped means he doesn't really have strong hands anymore, so he can put a lot of money into the middle, and we are very polarized. And here I'm gonna do like something nice. I'm gonna actually go to 10 big blinds. Basically saying, oh yeah, I jam versus you, but if he then puts a 4-bet in, I can still fold. But this hand is nice because now I fold out queen jack suited, king jack suited, ace jack off, ace 10 off. I fold out these hands. And he's still gonna jam like ace king, pocket nines, maybe pocket eights even. We're doing fine against that. So yeah. Let's go. Now he has jacks, which is a little bit unlucky, but that is what it is. But we get there. So I open. Yeah. Let's go for a check again. Now we are going to call. We still win against some king 10, some ace 5 and diamonds. The thing is, his range is actually quite wide still because I think he is flatting quite wide because he was covering me when I opened. But he could have a queen still here for the sizing. I don't think he ever has a jack, so his value range is maybe some 10-9. 10-9 suited. Let's say he has 3 combos or something, because he's gonna bet it on the flop quite often as well. I actually have a very good catcher here. But yeah, the thing is, he is gonna jam a lot of queen X still on the river, like queen 10, king queen. And he might give up some diamonds. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know this spot. Like here as well. This might just be a very clear example. Like, I mean, be honest, I just don't know the spot. Like multi-way, it's just guessing, and I think pure folding my hand is not good actually, and I should give myself a frequency to call here, which I didn't do. I also didn't have too much time bank, but I think I actually had enough time bank if I was very precise in my decision. But yeah, I'm not really happy with how I played the ace-8 suited there, about my river logic. I think I needed to already start thinking about the river all-in when I was on the turn, so I had a little bit more time, you know? Yeah, now we're gonna jam this. Yeah, it's a very close one actually now. Yeah, here I call because I think it's with a big bounty. I don't have so much fold equity, and he just calls me with ace-5 suited. So I don't think it's a little bit too loose. But yeah, I'm gonna take a screenshot of the ace-8 suited. I mean, it's such a, I don't know. I'm gonna check here. Here we check, we can win. I rolled high, I'm gonna call here. I'm gonna lose often, but that's fine. Yeah, he has 9s. It's okay. I have a lot of tough spots. I should regulate my time bank usage better because I need some time to think more about certain spots, which I don't have anymore. I'll call here. Here we're gonna call it. An easy call, because I covered this player and this player is gonna be reasonably wide. I'm gonna dominate him actually quite often. See, really nice. We only have an 8, right? Yeah, I guess I'll fold now. Very, very close. Very close though. Very close. Now 3-bets here. Actually, I run low. I will call. I want to call a little bit more because I cover big blind and cutoff. I'll fold versus half pot. Oh, I missized here. I wanted to put 3-4, 75%. Oops. So, let's see. Yeah, it's all about the journey. Yeah, it is, man. Hi, Karim. If you would defend MDF, you need to catch, no? Yeah, I timed out here. I'm gonna respond in a bit. Yeah, I don't exactly which spot you mean. But yeah, you exactly don't need to call MDF, but MDF is like a good tool. I see it, MDF, as like a tool for you to stay like consistent and like, and it gives you a good, it's a good metric to give you a direction on how to play your hands. Then when you are very certain that someone is over bluffing or under bluffing, then you can of course deviate for MDF. Then you can go into extremes. But how I approach it, when I am not sure, if I don't know if the person is under bluffing or under bluffing, then I try to just go clear MDF. That's how I would like to approach it. But sometimes I even fail at that. If I sometimes maybe too much thinking in black and white, but that's how ideally I approach it. So yeah, I only deviate from MDF if I'm confident based on my study that I have done in poker and how I think people are approaching that spot. Like sometimes you don't need to clear MDF if you're very confident that someone is under bluffing. Then MDF just goes out of the window, right? You just fold all your bluff catchers because the other person is under bluffing. And vice versa as well. If you think someone is just massively over bluffing, you don't need to call MDF. You just call all your bluff catchers because every bluff catcher is printing money. But I think you're referring to the ace-8 suited. Well, in that spot, it's very hard, right? Because first of all, it was multi-way with the ace-8 suited. And I don't have a clear understanding, or I also wasn't thinking about the spot deeply enough. I didn't have time and I was a little bit not fully focused in the hand. But it's very hard to pinpoint what my turn calling range was. And how ace-8 suited, you know, I don't exactly even know if ace-8 suited would be, let's say, in an MDF range. Because it's so complicated. First of all, I don't know exactly, I mean, I kind of know how my turn calling range looks like. But yeah, multi-way, it's even a little bit more complicated. But I also didn't have enough time to rethink about it. If I would now see the hand and I think more about it, I think I would come to the right conclusion. But I think calling ace-8 suited there is perfectly fine actually. You're gonna call here because this jamming range is gonna be quite wide and have this overlay as well. Unlucky. Nice, good luck, Glenn. Good luck. So we're gonna call here. A little bit too cheap to jam. But yeah, definitely gonna save the ace-8 suited there. I'm gonna analyze it after my session. I'm gonna analyze it deeper. So yeah, I'm gonna go start with the call. Also, ideally I know which kind of player this is, but now I don't. So here MDF, you need to kind of know what your range looks like, right? And this is kinda bottom of range, like every suited hand, no, every flush draw will be better here than pocket sevens because it just has better equity. Like if you have queen, jack and clubs, it will be better, or queen, jack and diamonds. But having said that, I think this hand doesn't pure fold though. But we run low, so I'm gonna fold it. And I think it's because again he bets 1/3, right? Which means we defend very wide against that sizing. And like the first hands I would fold here is like ace queen with ace and clubs, I think. And then basically after that I'm gonna start to fold some of my pairs, but I don't think I can fold every pair here. Otherwise this turn bet would be just insanely printing if I fold every pair here. But then if you think the other person has no bluffs, of course you can fold your pairs. But in this situation, I don't know. I think for sure the player can have bluffs. So then I try to just do my best to clear MDF. So we c-bet flop, we get check raised, we call. We could also 3-bet this flop, I think, with this hand. It's not unreasonable. We're gonna call again. So yeah, we're gonna jam. And yeah, like bluffs will come from some under pairs. Like we still need some 6s, 7s, or 5s, or ace-3 suited. These were the hands that we're gonna bluff. So yeah, if we go back to this hand, or this hand, yeah, this one, right? So yeah, we basically need to call half of our range on the river, according to MDF, because he bets pot. And yeah, the 8 is kind of good because it blocks pocket 8s, which we will have sometimes. The ace in spades I think is also kind of good because I don't think he bluffs too much with the ace in spades. So in terms of that, I actually have a decent bluff catcher. But I also do have some queen x that I check again on a turn. Not many, but I do have some. But it will not be enough to only call queen x on the river. For sure not. Jack x, I don't really have. I would bet most of them on the turn. Maybe I have some as well. But yeah. Like I said, I would have liked to see myself call this sometimes, which I didn't do. Which is okay. And also, like, I would like to defend MDF here because I don't know if this player is over bluffing or under bluffing. I don't know. I have not enough experience in this specific situation to actually know if people are under bluffing or under bluffing here. I don't know. And then his most natural bluffs will probably come from diamonds, I think, or maybe like a king 9 suited, or another suited 9. Or maybe some 7, 6 and diamonds and stuff. But if I think about the spot again, it was also a bounty, right? And his cutoff range will be wider than in theory. So that means he actually has a little bit more bluffs from the cutoff. Yeah. So if I include that factor, that his range is wider because he was covering the big blind and the small blind, and he was covering me, I would have liked to actually see a call with my ace-8 suited because I think my blockers are actually really good because it's blocking value from him, and I don't think he's bluffing ever with the ace in spades, so my blockers are really good. So I would have liked to see a call from me. But yeah, that's a thing that I really have to try to manage. I need to, because now I'm streaming as well, right? I'm explaining my thoughts, so I'm putting less focus on my tables. And I was already bad at managing my time management, and now I have added streaming to it, so I need to be more precise with it. I need to really think about, and actually actively think about it, how much time do I want to spend explaining my thoughts to the stream, and how much time do I want to spend basically managing, thinking about the spots. I really need to actively think about it, because I lose quite a bit of an EV because I don't have enough time to think about the spots. Because if I would have enough time about this spot, I think I might have figured it out to call the river. So here again, I think this might seem extreme, but I even have a gut shot, right? But I think I just fold by hand versus an overbet on the river. I expect this to never be a bluff. And if he has a bluff, it will be some kind of combo draw. So I will fold. And I still have like queen jacks. Every pair with a flush draw will be better than this king queen. Yeah. No, I agree. Prosen, I would have liked to see a call from her. I would have liked to see it. At least we agree on a general approach, because just hard. Yeah, multi-way is definitely a little bit trickier. But I think I analyzed it pretty well. I also don't think he has a jack. So his value range is basically 10-9 suited, because he doesn't have 10-9 off. He doesn't. And 10-9 suited will always, not always, but will bet the flop sometimes. So we can already reduce some combos of 10-9 suited here. Let's say he has 2 combos of 10-9 suited. He has, I would say that no one has a jack basically ever. So close to 0 combos of jack X. And then he still has some queen X, so like queen 10 or maybe king queen off that he will have. So a lot of combos will come from queen X. But altogether, he doesn't have that much value. And I think if he starts flatting a king 9 suited, what other nine? Maybe some 6-5 in diamonds, 7-6 in diamonds. Yeah, it's tough because there are also not so many bluffs, to be fair. And yeah, he might also have like an ace-10 off that he decides to bluff. But yeah, I think in general it's just a good call with the 8 and the ace in spades. I don't really have much better hands to actually bluff catch in this situation. So here, for example, in this situation, I didn't fully show the hand, but this was multi-way. I'm gonna show it in the replayer. I'm gonna fold, and I think I just wanna fold everything. And MDF doesn't matter here because I don't think people find bluffs in the situation. So we open, and again he leads. I call here. Then he donks again. Now I think I can start raising because I get value from every pair with a gut shot. So we raise. I could go bigger actually than 8. I don't know why I went 8. I should go a little bit bigger. He calls. And then he donk jams the river. It's like, in this situation, right? Now it's very simple. We don't really have to defend MDF, and we just can call with hands that win against his bluffs. Because what is he gonna bluff now on the river? And yeah, I don't really see it, because he needs to call. Okay, he needs to bluff a 7 on the river, basically. That's his bluffs, like a king 7 or something, or an a7. If he calls that on the turn versus my raise, like a king 7, it's not sure he's gonna call. He might sometimes start to fold. even though my ace in clubs is like really good to catch, right? I still think it doesn't really matter, and we can just fold or hands that don't win versus his value. Because he has so much 4-6, 3-6, 7-6, so much of these hands. And even if he bluffs the occasional naked 7 that he has, I still don't think it's enough. Here, a 3-bet pot. I run. We could check here, but we can also bet it. I think I'm gonna check it again. I think it's very easy for me to start over bluffing this pot. Yeah, I think I just fold this pot. I think my queen is really bad. His main bluffs are gonna come from king queen. Yeah. Like this pot I need to study more as well. I think there is a lot of value in 3-bet pots, and people are still not knowing, including myself, how the strategy works exactly. I did study it a little bit, not actually a lot, but not enough at all. But I do think like betting here is totally fine. But then you have to fold versus check jam. I would like to check more. I would like to bet this hand without the backdoor flush draw more than with a backdoor flush draw. Because with a backdoor flush draw, I don't want to bet fold it. And checking it is more reasonable with a backdoor flush draw, I would assume. But Daddy of the river, it's very hard for him to actually find a bluff. Very hard. And maybe he needs to bluff like ace-6 suited, ace-5 suited, if he has it. But not many bluffs. Bro, I heard it's like my chat is not even so active, right? Imagine if like I have an active chat, I wouldn't be able to keep up. I would just like, I would only be able to play 2 tables. It's insane. And all my time banks are already empty. It's just, I really need to think about it, how I'm gonna manage it. I really need to. But yeah, if you're gonna have 10 tables to play on stream, it's gonna be almost impossible to interact, right, with chat. Or I just explain basically my thoughts during a hand, and I don't even look too much at chat when I have 10 tables open, because when I try to explain my thoughts and read chat when having 10 tables, it's almost impossible. But yeah, I'm gonna think more about it. Yeah, the ace-ace hand is a clear example to throw MDF out of the window, yeah. Like when you think out of MDF, I think the first step to think about a poker hand is to ask yourself, is this person bluffing or not? Does he have bluffs? Does this person have bluffs? Like a very easy question to ask, but I think that's the most important one. And if you don't know the answer to that, if you generally have no clue, like I don't know how this player plays, he could be bluffing, could not be bluffing, Then you think about your own strategy, how your range looks like, and then you clear MDF. Yeah. But then it's also you also have to be honest with yourself, because sometimes I tend to believe I have an idea how people approach a spot, but I don't. I'm often just wrong. And then it's still better to just clear MDF. But then when you're really sure, or like 90% sure, you think, you're very confident that people are not bluffing, then of course you don't clear MDF and you just pure exploit. But if you focus too much on exploiting as well, you can just start exploiting yourself. So that's also not good. You just have to be honest with yourself. If you genuinely believe, based on your study and experience, if people are under bluffing or over bluffing, and then act on that with confidence. But if you don't know, you don't know, and you just try to play a very solid strategy, and you're gonna be good to go, you know. Like, this is also a good example, right? Like, I'm just gonna go for it now, because I believe that it's very, very easy to overdo this. It's very easy. Very easy. And if people are overdoing it, this hand becomes like really good. But see, my intuition that people are overdoing it, it might be wrong. But I think it's still applicable when they're a little bit deeper stacked. Although when they're becoming so small, it might become, they might become like a little bit in balance. I think it's if he was here or here, I could easily jam it, but under the gun, I think I want King Jack suited here to jam, and might be a little bit too weak to jam King 10 suited here. Yeah. We can still defend this squeeze quite wide, to be fair. But I'm gonna fold this one. But I wouldn't fold ace 10 suited. I wouldn't fold that for sure. King queen suited, I wouldn't fold. The King 10 suited is probably close. But yeah, the main thing for me right now is to I might have what I need to do, because sometimes I want to always play my A game, right? But if I focus so much on playing my A game, sometimes I'm using too much time, because I'm actually thinking too long about the spots. And then I start to lose my time banks on other tables, which is problematic. So what I might need to do is to start saying to myself, okay, I'm just gonna play my B game, and I'm gonna keep all my time banks in check while just playing my B game. And that might be a more profitable strategy to do than trying to play my A game. And maybe I can then start to play my A game when I only have 5 or 6 tables. Then I can say, oh yeah, now I'm gonna focus fully on the spots. Yeah, we could call, we could 3-bet. Either one is fine. I'm gonna fold to Jack 4. Yeah, I still need to fix or get a donation button. I still don't have it. I run higher, so I'm gonna go for check raise. Oh yeah, if it's blank, I'm always gonna jam the river because he checked back the flop, and now he cold calls. So what is this? It's I think it's always like an ace queen of clubs, an ace king of clubs, 10-9 of clubs, king 10 of clubs, a lot of draws. So actually, I don't want the river to be a club. But yeah, now he hits an ace. What does this person have? Also Jack 9, a lot of flush draws himself. He could have ace X and hearts and stuff. Maybe king X and hearts. But this person is gonna hit the ace quite often, and do I really think he's gonna fold for half pot? He might not. So I think I will give it up. Okay. King 10 off. Wow. He decided to bluff king 10 off. Wow, he's really loose. Wow. Yeah, calling king 10 off there after I raise a turn is a little bit, it's too wide. He cannot do that. It's gonna burn money. But then, when he decides to call on the turn with the king 10 off, I like his river bluff though. It's pretty insane that he called there with the queen jack off. But yeah, it was also yeah, he was already invested. It wasn't much that he had to call. So yeah, very good pot odds. We'll jam here. But yeah, a lot of the EV comes from these players, right? Or this, you know, he just jams this. If I have now king 10 or something, or a good hand, you know, a lot of the EV in tournaments come from these kind of players, of course. And probably the most. And so was the grind with Jonas. Did you enjoy it? To grind at this house? Okay, let's... I could either call or 3-bet this hand. Calling is probably a little bit better. Check. And we would always continue with a diamond here. Without a diamond is a little bit dicey. Even I would prefer to continue king queen with the king and diamonds and this hand. Let's go here. In the money here. Still a very long way to go. But yeah, very, very easy jam. Very unlucky. GG. Here there was a nice spot to look at. Like here, yeah, insane EV, right? He opens, he jams so much, we can just have king queen. Right. Like this spot is also which one I actually studied quite often. Yeah, this one. So this one was I limped king 7 off, 25 effective, in the small blind, and the big blind ISO'd to 3.5, and I call. I check, and now the big blind stabs, and 10-9-9 is actually a very good board for the small blind range here. This person should be checking very high frequency with his range, which people are not gonna do. They're just gonna auto stab all their trash. So what we can do is basically check raise insanely wide, which this is not even that wide, and he ended up folding here. But because the big blind ISO is full of trash, and if he c-bets all of his trash on this board, it's simple. He is going to overfold so much versus this check raise. Yeah, might be one pip to white, but yeah, all regs though. Um, quite entertaining, I must say. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I try to just explain my thoughts, and I also get better actually with streaming and explaining my thoughts, because I still realize I do have a lot of knowledge of poker, I know that, but still I have so many gaps that I don't know what to do, and it will probably actually always stay like that. I will always improve at poker, but there will always be there are so many spots in poker that I always will have situations where I don't know exactly what to do, and that's fine. Just yeah, enjoying the improvement itself. Because that's also the beautiful part about poker. If you focus about improve, if you put your intention on improving, it's actually very enjoyable, and you just enjoy the ride. But if you put all your focus on wanting to win and the results, you're gonna suffer. Because poker is so swingy, right? Sometimes you're gonna lose for a long end, and if you put all your attention on winning, you're gonna suffer. And it's also a paradox. If you put your attention on improving, you're actually gonna win more. And if you put all your attention on winning, you're actually not gonna perform at such a high level, because your intention is coming out of craving, let's say. But if you put your focus on improvement, it's your mind is much more open and creative. So, which means you're gonna win more. So it's basically a win-win. Just focusing on improvement, it's a win-win. You just focus on improvement, and then you completely let go of the results. All you need to do is just focus on improving and enjoying that process, and the rest will take care of itself. It's actually very easy, and we don't have to make it like complicated. Just enjoying it, loving the improvement, and then the results, they will come anyway. Right. Oh yeah, enjoy your book, Glenn. Food. Let's get my food, eh? Do I want to play more tournaments? Maybe this one. No. So yeah, me gonna call here. Get my food. I'm gonna mute the mic while I'm eating.
Yeah, I think this jam is weird, but it could often be like flush draws that are dominating me, so I will fold my 4-5 suited. Yeah, I think I want to call this hand actually. Although the big blind is gonna jam quite often here, so that makes me want to call less. But in general, we want to be, we want to call a lot here in this situation. And the reason being is because we don't need a lot of equity to stack off. Maybe we are even a little bit too deep, but let's say we only had 4 big blinds behind, or 5 big blinds behind, we can easily go broke on this flop. You can very easily realize equity when being short stack. That's why you actually still defend very wide from the small blind with calls when you are very shallow. Here I guess I check again to the big blind because this is quite a good board for him. And yeah, my hand is quite locked up. But I could see a reason for betting as well to get value from his ace highs. But maybe it's stabbing a little bit better actually, because big blind needs to be aggressive here, and maybe it's not happening. And now, I definitely don't want to call here, but check raising seems so nutted as well. It's I could put my flush draws in here, the flush draws that I decided to check on the turn, like a king 6, king 7 and diamonds, king 8 and diamonds. These type of hands I could put in this range. Yeah, the reason why I'm leaving a little bit behind is just because when I would be bluffing, I would do it as well. So when I would be bluffing, that I still have a little bit of chips left, so I can spin it back up. He had ace queen, really nice. I don't know what this is, but I guess I'm overlimping with sixes here. It's still a lot of players to act though, so I'm not sure about this. I have no clue to actually. I've never looked at a situation where I faced a limp from under the gun, how to react to it. If it was an open raise, I can fold his hand. I think it's already close, so yeah, I'm just gonna overlimp. Seems fine. Yeah, now we're gonna fold. Well, I was talking and the mic was off. Yeah. So it said you can either check raise or check call. Both are fine. But now I will call once more versus this. It's very looks a little bit. I don't know. So what I'm eating is like curry, and you never you're never gonna guess what's inside the curry. The sauce I don't know, but it's with tofu, you know. And you once told me that tofu is bad for your testosterone. Wait. I'm gonna focus on this hand. I'm gonna call one more and then evaluate on the river. But I asked ChatGPT, right? And ChatGPT said it's fine to eat tofu now and then. But if you eat a lot of tofu, it can have effects on your testosterone. But if you eat tofu now and then, it's fine, you know. So now I eat tofu sometimes. 4 minuten. 4 minutes. So let's think about this. Does he have like bluffs like queen jack, spades? There's no way, right? Unless he's still gonna send like queen jack here, because I still retain like every so many 2 pairs when I check on the turn. And it's just so likely he has just ace king and king queen or aces when he takes this line. And is he gonna just randomly bluff like 10-9 on the turn? I just don't think so. I don't see how people are. I mean, they might though. That would be very well played, but I need to. I don't think so. Maybe he thinks I'm check raising my 2 pair on the turn, and then he can attack it like insanely wide. But that would be like a very, very big brain play, and I don't know if people are doing that. Yeah, my mic is on. So I'm gonna eat my tofu. Oh, yeah, it's rice. You know, the yellow rice. It's, I don't know how they call it, basami rice, I guess. And then the sauce, it's just a curry. But I don't know exact which one. But I basically 5 days a week I eat the same. Not the tofu. Sometimes I eat the tofu, but 5 days a week I order from the same place. And I basically eat like chicken, you know, chicken curry. It's really good. It's pretty cheap as well. So I'm gonna call here with the back door. Yeah, soy boy food, bro. You know me. I'm a soy boy, so I eat that shit, you know. I'm taking something from my testosterone, by the way, to free up my testosterone. And yeah, it's really good actually. I feel like it helps.
You know. But yeah, the most important thing I think for testosterone is just good sleep and sun. And if you have good sleep and you see the sun sometimes, I think your testosterone is gonna be good or decent. And of course, if you eat everyday tofu, your testosterone is gonna be so sky high, you know. Maybe you're gonna grow tits. Who cares? That was good, eh? So we're gonna call versus this. Is not like I'm not loving it, but I'm still think I'm too far from the money to consider folding a hand like this. Still, a lot of players need to bust, so I will go in for a call. Like Chippy feed is like an easy call, but now there is some consideration because we are closing into the money, but we're still like 2-4 left to fold this. Here he could lead this flop versus under the gun. This actually might actually be a fold pre-flop because we are closing into the money. It's close. Versus under the gun, my jack-8 is actually not doing that well. Now I do think we just want to bet here and I want to go huge. I want to put a lot of pressure. Oh my god, Alan, Nightbot is dissing you, bro. You done? You done, bro? What the fuck? Ik zie dat je testosteron naar beneden gaat met elke hap die je neemt. Ja, moed. One message was deleted by moderator. Click to show. Yeah, I know I was muted. I know. Oh man, I changed the settings on my keyboard. I cannot type anymore. Okay, we have a flip here. We don't want to see spade, an ace, or a jack. Okay, no spade. Good. A huge one, huge one. There's a big one to win closing into the money, you know? You want to have a healthy stack. Wat neem je? Oh, I don't know. I basically went to like a hippie store. I'm gonna show it to you. And I said to the guy, I want to feel creative. And then he said that creativity comes from when you're relaxed, you know. And this thing, when your testosterone is higher as well, you feel more grounded and actually more relaxed. So when your testosterone is higher, you're actually gonna have more creativity because you're more zen and more at peace. So first this one, and whoa, are we gonna win? Are we gonna win?
No, man. 9. 9, man. Okay, I'm gonna show you the thing. So here, we can bet, we can check. So we check. But yeah, it's like, it's in German. It's like Herbarriven. I don't know what's in it. But I think you could purchase it somewhere else as well. But yeah. If you want the ingredients, I can send it to you. I probably could get this in on the flop, to be fair. It would not be bad. But the half pot... the half pot is like... I don't know if he goes a set for half pot. I don't know. He could do it with 5s and 4s maybe. Or some flush draws, but we block flush draws. But I'm gonna call one more and then evaluate on the river. But I don't expect to be bluffs in his range. It's so weird when they go half pot on the flop. Maybe he just does have sets in his range still and he just bets half pot on the flop. But yeah, it was pocket eights. Yeah, it's most likely these type of hands that want protection. So he's very, very face up with his value range, because usually you just go smaller in that spot on the flop. But yeah, the thing that I'm taking, it's handmade in Vienna. You know, it's like I went to a hippie store and they make like a lot of products handmade there. But a really nice store, you know. You can even buy mushrooms and stuff, I think. Very nice. Exactly, legit. Yeah. So we need a tree. No tree. Maybe another time. No way, the river. Yeah, bro. What a river, dude. Well, GG. Man, I'm just losing everything today. It's insane. It's probably gonna be my biggest losing day I had since I started again. But yeah. It's not so bad.
Right, let's go for the check raise. 3-bet. Whoa, get it in ahead. Nope. I'm gonna jam here. It's just about good enough for 9 big blinds on the button. Alright, GG in that one. Yeah, now we're gonna fold. We were already gonna fold against this. But yeah, it's very. There are a lot of bluffs in this range. Okay. I'm gonna open. We are getting closer to the money, so we should start to open raise a little bit tighter. But I still think this one makes it in. Yeah, we just fold now. I don't think we can call. Yeah. If I had a little bit more chips, I would be inclined to call. Because if I would, like, let's say, lose the hand, and I still have a lot of chips, after I lose the hand, it's fine. But now I have to be a little bit more selective, and I prefer to win the hand pre-flop, because we are getting close to the money. So yeah, I have 2 tables left, and if I bust this one on screen, I'm gonna end the stream. But hopefully we don't bust, right? And we win. But we cannot control that anyway. I called an open here, and not a bad flop for my hand. It's the bottom of my calling range, like it's very close if you want to call or not. I will take a screenshot. So yeah, we're gonna call a smaller sizing. I think a lot of players would start to size up here if they have value, so I am already thinking it's a little bit weighted towards more bluffs. I could potentially lead on this card here, because it's a good card from my range. Let's see what he does now. Yeah, I suspect a lot of checks. And now I think I want to just bet my hand and get value from queens, jacks, nines, eights, ace-5 suited, ace-6 suited, that kind of stuff. And my bluffs are kind of obvious. They will come from a lot of flush draws. What is the randomizer for? Yeah, soms in poker,
kun je beslissing nemen. And I'm gonna do it in English. So sometimes you can make a decision in poker that's similar like in value. And what the solver, what you can do then, because if you look like a certain a pre-flop chart, you probably never saw one, a pre-flop chart, but when you look at a pre-flop chart, you often see that a certain hand will sometimes call and it will sometimes raise, like 50-50. And because of that, I know that a certain hand pre-flop, for example, wants to 3-bet 50% of the time, and it wants to call 50% of the time. So in that situation, for example, I'm using a randomizer, and if it's higher than 50, I will take the aggressive action, which is 3-betting. If it's lower than 50, I will take the passive action, which is calling. And the reason why I'm using this, nice, is because in the past, when I wouldn't use a randomizer, nice. In the past, when I would never use a randomizer, I would always take the aggressive action, always. I would have trouble to slow down. So, and I would be overly aggressive. So the randomizer helps me to basically control myself a little bit and to keep my frequencies in line so that my strategy becomes better basically. Here, I think the king 6 in clubs, we just fold. Yeah. Oh la 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 la. C'est quoi ça? Le Pocket Rockets. But you also see this randomizer, right? This is it's so useful because I'm using like an app, and that app, it organizes your tables. So you can create a layout and for your tables, and they automatically pop into that layout, the tables. And it also has like a randomizer on every single of my poker tables. So I don't even have to click the randomizer. This just changes every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds it will, the number is changing. No busts. No busts, sir. Let's open this one. I think I want to use a little bit of a bigger sizing since my range is going to be tighter. Oh. Man, go away. Yeah. Nice, we take it down. We are now really approaching the money bubble. Yep, we're gonna put the card squeeze on, you know. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna open this, and again, a little bit of bigger sizing. My friends who plays poker,
alcoholic by birth, Jonas. He used to play with the card squeeze option for like 8 tables. So he had 8 poker tables, and at every table, when he had a hand, he had to open it up first before he could see it. It's like, man, so insane, so insane. But luckily now he's not doing it anymore. Jack 4. Yeah, we will fold versus a jam. It's a little bit too much. Maybe for 4.5 big blinds we could call. 6.2 is a little bit too much. I probably need like Jack 7 off here even. I'm just gonna fold the small blinds. I'm not gonna limp this weak hand. I probably would limp 9-6 or 9-7 off, but this is just way too weak. Queen 5. Whoop, whoop. Ace 2 off. Nope. Do I want to listen to some music, or not? So tomorrow and Saturday, I will focus on studying and also moving my stuff to my other apartment. And then Sunday, I will grind again. Fold this. 19 from the money. 19. Queen 6. I don't think I want to tank here because sometimes you see people tank, right, when they get close to the money because they want to reduce the hands that they are playing. But in this situation, I don't think it matters too much for me and I don't want to tank here necessarily. But if I would have 10 big blinds, I probably would tank here. and try to reduce the hands that I'm playing. Because yeah, every hand you play, you pay a small ante, right, in the middle. And you're also gonna hit the big blind quicker. 10 dus. Ik had dat ook met die kaarten. Ik wist niet eens dat je dat kon wegdoen. Yeah, you can. You can. Bro, imagine if you play 10 tables and at every table you have that option. So then you have to like every time open it up. But yeah, my friend, he knew that he could remove that option. But he chose to every time open up the cards, even when he had 8 tables, because he just liked it. But it takes away so much of your mental power, because when you play a lot of tables, you already it's so much in your favor when you see your cards as soon as possible, because then you can already start to think about your decision. But when you open them up, it takes time in the first place to open them up, and you also see your cards later than when you instantly see them. So yeah, I flamed him for it, but he kept doing it. But at a certain time, he stopped doing it. Luckily, you know. But it's a very cool option, though, you know, when you only have like one table and you want to sweat your cards a bit. So 11 from the money. 11 from the money. 5, 4. Let's go to here. Let's play ace jack. But here we're still there's still like 50 minutes of late reg. So this might take a while. It was probably not a good decision, you know, to register this, but we are in it. Ah, Dua Lipa! Okay, we could do Dua Lipa. Oh man. Okay. Okay. You're gonna fold now.
Talking in my sleep at night, making myself crazy. Wrote it down and read it out, hoping it would save me. My love, he makes it feel like nobody else, nobody else. But my love,
7 from the money. Oh, I'm showing the wrong table.
I keep pushing forwards, but he keeps pulling me backwards. Now I'm standing back from it. I finally see the pattern. He doesn't love me Practice makes perfect. I'm still trying to learn it by heart. Eat, sleep, and breathe it. Rehearse and repeat it. 'Cause don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling 'cause he's drunk and alone too. Don't let him in. You'll have to kick him out again. Free. Don't be a strange. You know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got no rules, I count 'em. I got no rules, I count 'em. I gotta do it myself. I got no rules, I count 'em. Baby, you know I count 'em. I gotta do it myself.
4 minutes delay is actually such a long time, right? Because I've listened to this whole song and you guys still have to see it. You're gonna see it in like 30 seconds when the song starts.
If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I can take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm with the music. If you don't wanna see
Queen. We're most likely gonna put this in, eh?
180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe.
Yeah, even when this guy opens, we're just gonna jam. We even have some fold equity because he's gonna open so wide.
If you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop
Het enige wat je nu nog mist is je shotje whisky.
me, show up,
Yeah, bro.
come out, don't stop caring
Yeah.
about me now.
Oh,
You know
we're gonna put it in. And most likely we're not gonna get caught. But yeah. Can even be that someone is busting for us.
me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to survive.
This flatting range is really weird because he shouldn't really play too many flats in this situation. This player should mainly just jam or fold or 3-bet one not in. And I actually think, yeah, we're already in the money, so that's good. So even if we bust, we are going to be in the money. Quite fast. What is it? Ace-Jack suited maybe? I don't know. Don't show up. Pocket jacks! Really? Yeah, I just want to put it in pre-flop, you know? There's no reason to flat it. Alright. Very nice. 5-4 suited. Yeah, we're gonna fold this. If these players would be deeper, we could open this, but now we want... If we want to open, we want blocker hands, high card hands. Or just open jamming with these two short stacks. About me now. I still have your Cuban cigars, by the way, Alan, but they're like pretty old, probably 1 year old. I should ask ChatGPT how long it actually stays good, if I can still smoke them, you know. Nah, not this song, not this one.
not this one. Maybe this one. Okay. All it. Okay, break time. Time for some whiskey.
Watch me dance, dance the night away. My heart could be burning, but you won't see it on my face. Watch me dance, dance the night away.
Hold. Yeah, bro, we did hold.
Lately I've been moving close to the edge, still be looking my best. I stay on the beat, you can count on me. I ain't missing no steps. 'Cause every romance shakes and it bends, don't give a damn. When the night's here, I don't do tears, baby, no chance. I could dance, I could dance, I could dance.
Ja, die sigaar moet normaal in een humidifier. But I don't know, man. Yeah.
Watch me dance, dance the night away. I'll still keep the party running, I won't get out of pace. When my heart breaks, when my world shakes, I don't play safe, don't you know that?
So I never won this tournament before, this one. Never. I did final table it, but I never won it before.
Watch me dance, dance the night away. My heart could be burning, but you won't see it on my face. Watch me dance, dance the night away. I'll still keep the party running. I won't get out of place. When my heart breaks, when my world shakes, I don't play safe. Don't you know about me? I could dance, I could dance, I could dance.
Let's see. Already had the song, right?
If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I could take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into somewhere in the middle. Think I lied a little. I said if we took it there, I wasn't gonna change, but that went out the window. Yeah.
Unlucky that I don't have whiskey though. So unlucky. Ik kreeg waarschijnlijk 50 van de tijd poker als ik niets te doen heb. Nice. Nice bro. So let's see what we have. A king and a 5. Nope. Not gonna play with you. Mind at ease. You know that I still have like $600 or 600 euros worth in Korean won. So I need, when you guys go to Korea, I need to go. I need to spend my money. It's probably good for like, yeah, maybe I can live it for 3 weeks or something with 600 euros. Depends, of course, how much we would go out, you know. Let's call here and see if we can hit something, eh? Today you win. Today I win. Let's check again. And check again. I mean, he doesn't. If he value bets here, he doesn't have much 9x though. Okay, so he's saying that he has a 9s.
So he could have pocket tens. 9x gonna bet a lot a turn. Let's look him up. Let's look him up. Yeah, buddy. No, not today. Not today. Good one. Hallucinate. So we're gonna call here. It's against Mr. Career High. It's gonna be check fold. So he could 3-bet, or he can call. Both are fine. I'm actually gonna opt to... I run low, let's call. But we want to 3-bet a little bit more, because the big blind is short. And he could reopen the action when he jams. But yeah, now it's a good situation. We have the nuts. And I think I mainly want to bet here. Start to get some value from Queen X, from Jacks, tens, maybe some other pairs as well. And the big blind is just gonna rip it in with any pair basically. So he calls. I think he still has a lot of like jacks, tens, nines, eights with a heart that would like to build a pot against. I think betting is better than checking here. And we will be all in the river. Yeah, my bluffs would come from maybe an ace-jack, an ace-10 with the ace and hearts. Okay, he folds. I think I fold this. It's a little bit from early position. If I was one position further to here, I might jam this hand. But versus this position, I'm gonna fold because yeah, his range is a little bit too tight to jam this. Misschien in de herfst paar weken nog weer, maar niet lang meer. Alright. So I guess I'll have to wait then to that time, or when I go to Triton, right? Then I can spend my Korean one. When I go to Jeju rather. God damn. Yeah, just folding the pocket fours. If I would be in the cutoff here, I would just open jam it, but here I cannot really open raise fours. It's not a good hand to min raise with. And open jamming is too much from this position with all these players behind. Super fun. 2-5. Na, na, na. Oh yeah, man, the pocket fives is so much fun to play. Yeah, it is. $84 left. This one is a turbo, so it's gonna go quite quickly. Two. Yeah, I'm just gonna fold. Here we have 5-5 again. And now when everyone folds, I will go all in. Yeah. This range still consists of a lot of raise folds, so we often just pick up the dead money. And he could still call me with like ace jack or pocket nines, which we are dead against, but sometimes that's going to happen. Oh, ace. Yeah, really good hand. Birth goodbye. Yeah, we're gonna jam. It's very, very good hand for this situation because this range is very wide. And we even could get called by ace 9, king jack, ace 10, and so on. Snap call. Yeah, very, very strong hand for him. Ooh. Ah, unlucky. GG. Don't do it to me. I want it, baby. So, thanks for watching. Thank you for chatting. Next time I'm gonna stream. It's gonna be on Sunday. So thank you. I love you guys. Bye bye. I wanna say hello. Stay at home. I'm falling in love. Don't walk and break my heart. You want it, baby. Do it to me. I wanna stay at home. Hello, losing it all. Stay at home. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Oh no. Hello. I will stay at home. And I'm falling in love with the one that could break my heart.